Hello. Hello, Monday crew. Joza, Trish. By the way, Trish, I heard you met, I heard through the grapevine that you met a certain character recently in Persona. Soul Samurai. MK, Sarah, Nora. Thank you, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to Trish. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate that. Enjoy that, Trish. Tom Piet. These Wednesday streams are a gift. Editing while watching Peak. Let's go, Joza. Esper, how's it going? Easy. Antagonist. I can't believe it either, Antagonist. Back to Atrela, how's it going? Gilgamesh. Power Flare. Dave. Kingslayer? Perfect. I hope you enjoyed the VOD, Soul Samurai. Oh my gosh. Pedrolito, how's it going? I am talking about Haru, Trish. Haru is a very weird subset of AJ Core, or maybe I just love her just because. Either way, I will defend Haru till the end of time. Sorry, hi Pedrolito, how's it going? And Soul Samurai, oh my gosh, thank you for these 6 subs right away. Out of nowhere. Thank you so much for gifting 6 subs. 1 to Trish, 5 more to a few others. If you just got one, please enjoy. And thank you so much. That's incredibly generous, Soul Samurai. Thank you. All of them going to Breath of the Wild. Okay. I am very blessed, Power Flare. Goat Samurai? Haru is so good. I mean, I won't get into anything because Trish is playing it, but Haru as a character, I love her. I love her so much. I'm glad, Trish. Yes. If you just search my name and then Haru... If you just search my name and then Haru on Twitter just to go through my tweets, you'll see that, like, I consistently am just like, God, I love her. She's the best. Just over the past 3 or 4 years. There's not a ton, but there's, like, at least 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Thank you so much, Sarah, for gifting a sub to Joza. Thank you so much. Is Haru your favorite character? No, she's my third. She's my third favorite. Ibsabius, how's it going? AJ, sorry about the off-topic. No worries. We'll have this as a backdrop. We're going to start in a couple minutes, but just saying hi to everyone. No worries about off-topic. That's always welcome. Did you enjoy the OST for Trails in the Sky? I did. I did, Esper. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it. I have it as part of my stream playlist. What's the top 3, or is any of this top 100 spoilers? How's it going, Soph? Welcome in, Soph. Just made it home. Perfect. Okay, so Trish, I feel like, I can answer one of them. So, two of my top 3 are Haru and Akechi. Are my top two of my top 3. The last one, I'll wait a little bit before you play some more. Ramuki, hello. Oh, Haru is... I love her. Haru. Hello, Hannah. Love the floof. Oh, she's the best. She's just the best. Speaking of OST, Trigun Stampede has dropped on Spotify. Oh, it has? That means Apple Music too, which means good for me. Riley, how are you? I know the other one, and absolutely yes. Yeah, Power Flare knows my other top 3 member. Hannah knows it. Yeah. Akechi, he's my top 1 already, but I'm sure you've heard through the grapevine. I have. Not even through the grapevine, I've just seen on Twitter. And, just generally. I've heard it through the grapevine and through the... I just heard it. Eddie, thank you so much for the 4 months. How are you so awake this early? I've got a lovely Monday crew to talk to, that's how. And Great Ace Attorney? The perfect combination. I don't know. I tend to like to start my day early. What is this guy? It is Gossip. I just think she's neat. Me too. Me too. Thank you again, Eddie, for the 4 months. Thank you very much. Your top 1... I don't want to confirm or deny, Dave, just because of Trish. Beautiful sweater. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. I do, in case it gets... Because today tomorrow there's supposed to be like a rainstorm, but the temperature's rained... the temperature has warmed up quite a bit in the past couple days. So it could get hot in here with the computer and the PC and the tea and the lights. So I have a t-shirt to change into if it gets too hot, but I love this sweater, so I want to wear it. Gossip is better than all Persona 5 Royal characters? It's true. It's true. How's it going, Ark? How's it going, Offie? I'm very jealous. Soon. Soon. Okay, I guess it's time to start. Gossip's been in this pose for quite a while, right? I missed the context to your future career in the circus, but I love seeing it pop up in my notives. It honestly, it's just as good without context. How's it going, Quicksilver? Good morning, or afternoon, or evening. Are you gonna be a handsome redhead? You know, we'll see how it goes by the end of this case. I'll make my decision by the end of the case. How's it going, Troy Elric? We were. Let gossip's misery end. Yes. Bye, Hannah. I will talk to you later. Thank you very much. I was gonna tell you before I advance the text that yeah, it's probably time. But thank you for hanging out for just the beginning. How's it going, Tar? Astro Jellyfish? Welcome in, guys. Shanks cosplay. Oh, goodness. I'm not raw enough for Shanks. Alright, Okay, so I think I remember the case well enough. It was just 2 days ago, so I don't think there'll be much catching up to do. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Whoops. Oh, yeah, sorry, Tom Piet. One last thing. Tom Piet reached out to me and said, like, brought forth the possibility of doing once I'm done Great Ace Attorney, like, a stream to sort of go through the extras and, have you guys put together some memes or things that I can read or watch or react to. Just for, like, some sort of celebration of the end of Great Ace Attorney. And it's a great idea. I don't know if it'll be feasible because of whatever my schedule may be at the time that I finish, whether it's in a couple weeks, 3 weeks, I don't know when it'll be, but I am ramping up Great Ace Attorney so I can get into other stream ideas, so I don't know, I just don't know. It depends on when I finish it, if that's going to be feasible. I would like to do it, we'll see. But either way, if you do have any of that, like memes or things you want me to check out, you can just drop it. I don't know, maybe create a thread in the server, or I don't know if Tom wants to collect them. Because even if there isn't a dedicated stream day to it, like the last stream, I'll finish up, give all my thoughts, and then there may be... I can add some time at the end just to react to some of it, as long as it's not super long, even if I can't do a stream. So if you guys have anything you want to share like that, just keep it in mind, and we could do something with that. It was a great idea. Thank you again, Tom. Who is Venus? She's so cute. She's amazing. I love Venus. I've seen her for very little time, and I love her already. A thread in the Ace Attorney channel sounds good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. Perfect. Sounds good, Tom. I have one video in mind. Perfect. I'm not against emulation as a concept, Joza, but I am against emulation for streaming. Yeah, oh, Remuki, I'm not gonna check in. I'm not gonna check myself in the channel. Or, the channel. So they can just be compiled there, and then once I'm finished, yeah. Oh, yeah, for everyone else? Perfect. Oh, poor Sandwich / Beppo. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. Hey, Pandawama. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I hope you're doing well, Panda. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Ah, there we go, Dave. Okay, give me a second and I'll answer. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, this sassy bastard. I can't believe how clear it is that Cosma is this sassy little shit disturber on the other side of the stand. I should, Offie. I really should. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. I wouldn't say so, Joza. Maybe a little bit. Okay, and my top 5 Xenoblade 3 characters. So, Dave, my answer to that would be in order. N, Noah, Mio, Lance, Tyon? I think that would be my 5. Perfect, Panda. There was a darkness in him all along. I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Really? Sassy little shit. In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. That would be really awesome, Esper. I'm a little scared given the way he's he's been conducting himself, that they'd be aimed in my general vicinity. But, I'd love to see it. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed the crime is Barok Van Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Kazuma performing 3 sword style in the future? Asuda? Quite so, quite so. Does the defense wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Yeah? Most certainly, my lord. Clearly, Very well, then you may proceed. All right. I got you, Dave. But yeah, those are my top 5, I think, Dave. I'm pretty certain. Uni could also be... Uni's probably a close number 6. Okay. Yeah, Venus, you saw that animation. She lights the match with her ass. I'll play it again for anyone who missed it. Okay, this is vague. I might want to press this. This poor man. Thank you, Weaver. Is that Little Red Riding Hood? It may as well be. That animation is also in Ghost Trick. Cool. You know, let's go back to... Speaking of our Little Red Riding Hood, let's go back to the Queen. Let's press the Queen. I'm glad. And in fact, you got to see it a 3rd time, Offie. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks. Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner. Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. Right, I forgot about that. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh. She's a snitch. You have. To be fair, they're trying to blow up a school. So, pretty fair to be a snitch here. Wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. Then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Oh boy. Let them blow it up? Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. How old is Venus? Oh, okay. She would prefer not to disclose that. Neither would Gossip or Sandwich. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I am ever so good at it. What an animation.
Excuse me.
I'm also, years old. Me too. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus' statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Her porridge is mid, Panda? Surely not. Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. It makes you think. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I love Sandwich. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? What do you want about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set him off. That'll give you something to tremble about. That's genuinely terrifying. Like she just said, you have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So Miss Venus has lied. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Brave king, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from, but there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Wow. Yeah, these three have the dynamic between these three kind of rivals. Susato, Cosma, Ryu. It's right up there. Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? Would the other Uchikoshi game 999 be ever on the play for streaming? I don't think so, Joza. I mean, never say never, but I can't say it's something I have my eyes on. So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now that you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. I was thinking that a little bit as well, antagonist. There's a bit of a parallel. Yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Okay. Hold it. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'll take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. All right. But you did, in fact, go into the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. Do you plan on streaming the I sequel? No, I don't. She really wanted to be in the room where it happened. She really did. The truth, please. I like her. I like her. Well, alright, just a bit then. She's got spunk, and she's disturbing. A great combination. A girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. AJ likes characters that lie confirmed? Usopp and Venus? Yes. I love their lies. AJ hates I? Sorry to break it to you guys this way. So I did give the place a one-over, but it was nothing to write home about. Hold on. What is this? Okay. Did you touch anything? Hell no. The truth, please. Well, okay, yes, I touched everything. I can't handle this girl. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. Exactly, we were. 7.5. The truth, please. Venus stocks going up? Second best woman behind Haru? Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move the board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? Yeah, why is everyone so chill with her lying? Ace Attorney. Why, you daft barm pot? I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please. I should be so lucky. The truth now. Cosma? I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board. But a bit of... So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it. Was that... Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch. Oh, is that Gregson's? Yeah. Oh, a present to Inspector Gregson. Yeah, it was Gregson's. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once, and blimey was he upset. He gave me a real right earful. He said he hadn't missed a day in 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working, knocked about... it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it. Hold on, what did... Hold on. Nice one, MK. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just as long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. I peeped the rest of the VOD for the last stream that I missed. Your reaction to the revival of the Great Prosecutor was everything I needed. I'm glad. That one was one of the most insane. And probably one of the most insane, like, I meant the case, but some of the moments in there were some of the most insane in the entire series. And then it gets followed up by another of the most insane cases in the entire series right here. Good lord. Like, I still can't get over Herlock's hair and Cosma being prosecutor. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed, it appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Ooh, okay. My copium is that... Oh yeah, someone was mentioning the Nintendo Direct later today. Should be cool. But yeah, with regards to what we were said, the other Ace Attorney games get announced for a port. That would be pretty cool. $70 US. Yeah. Yeah. And your reaction to Cosmo's prosecutor theme? Oh my god. What a song! Can you guys believe that song? I want to hear it again very soon. Okay, let's inspect the watch. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least... hold up there, Judge. Hold on. The glass over the face is really badly cracked. Look, what a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. You love him. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Okay. Okay. Whoops, no. We gotta make an Ace Attorney summoning circle? It'll work. There's a tiny stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know that the inspector took such good care of his watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Oh, are we gonna have to go back? It's so good, Nora, and especially with the way that it inverts the whole context, the whole tonal context of the song from before. It's like something is off here. Something is darker. And he's not dead, so that helps. Change the tone. There's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Yeah, don't we have a key? We have a key. That's for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yeah, we have the key. We have it. Why do I feel as if I've seen something? A key that's about the right size to fit the hole. Yes. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully. We have... Please. Please. I know you guys are smart. Okay, do we check this? It's called Revive Prosecutor. Oh my god. Last stream really was the pegging stream, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah, we got it. Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I love how... hey, Halox, how's it going? I love how in the middle of court, they're both fiddling around with his friggin' officer toy. Like, hold on. We can make every stream into a pegging stream? I believe in it. Okay, let's do our best. Me in class. I knew it, a perfect fit. It's ticking. It started going again. Ah, so it has obviously not been wound up, that's all. Great start to it, Trish. Great start. What is it, Miss Susato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Okay. I guess it's really efficient, Jamun. Hope you had a good day so far, Halox. Okay. No, this is fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I forgot we were talking. It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Well, so far, Halox. This case is very fun. The defense summoned Barok Van Zeeks to the stand so we can peg him. Oh, no. He's been going on some sexual escapades with some freaky Chicago boys. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Okay. So we did this one. I think that's okay. Just as he is wont to do, of course. Okay. I don't really get much from any of this. I might have to press a lot of it. The detective died when we heard... Still died when we heard the gunshot. Did he? If this watch wasn't broken... let me press this to see what he means. Hold it! Detectives are wont to peg. It will serve you well to remember that. Yeah. I don't know how Gossip does that pose. You know, that's one of the beautiful things about the Great Ace Attorney animations. I don't know how, like, half these characters can do the poses they do. Also, welcome in, Zamzid. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. Is it? My fate, that's right. The defense is fated to lose. Shut up. And the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story, I think it has to do with what we just did. It may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. Could the gunshot have been the firecracker? I think it might have been. Because, I mean, they wouldn't have included that. Okay, we already inspected this. But what is the contradiction? Is it the firecracker or the watch? As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the Nordos board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant. Surprised there isn't a lot of kiss marks on the firecracker? That would honestly be a really cool detail. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there's more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. Follow your instincts. Ugh, this is actually tough. I'm finding this case tougher than the last ones so far. Which is crazy, because people were telling me the last one was like the hardest. This, to me, has already been harder. Maybe I'm just small-brained this week, though. Okay, so the detective died when we heard the gunshot. Did he, though? Okay, yeah, wait. Actually, hold on. Do we have an autopsy report? No, we don't. Hello, NL. It is case 4. That means it's harder.
Objection!
Clown AG coming out? No, not quite. I guessed correctly. No Clown AG just yet. Thank you, Soul Samurai. That's very sweet. I like the sweater. Thank you. I do have an autopsy report? I do? Did I just miss it? Oh, that's a big Clown AG one. Oh, you're right. Time of death. Nothing? There's no entry for time of death. I was looking for a discrepancy there. Okay, it wouldn't have helped for what I was looking for anyway. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Upstanding citizen AJ. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. Yeah, that's very sus. Very sus that there's no time of death. That's very weird. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. It stopped because it didn't wind up. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which the entire case has been built. What? What is Gossip doing? Order! But counsel, the watch stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. Feels like a Monokuma file. You're right. That's... I was getting familiar vibes in that way. So much of Danganronpa is just like... Why is this irrelevant? No... So much of Danganronpa is parsing through details where nothing makes sense. So that... And it got to the point where so much didn't make sense that the stuff that did make sense, didn't make sense. And I would almost disregard the stuff that did make sense. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. Particularly, I think, for V3. V3, some of the shit you have to think of in Danganronpa V3, your brain just completely has to rewire itself. Why is that a truth bullet? Yep. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, V3 is unbelievably insane. Yeah, V3 did go full meta. It did. I like that. Yeah, we won't spoil anything. V3, I will say though, without spoiling, V3 had by far the coolest ideas out of the trilogy for me. Like, it definitely doesn't have my favorite. Like, Nagito's my favorite character. And while it has a couple that are a little close to him, he's still pretty clear as my favorite character. But V3 has the coolest ideas. Yeah, the V3 ending I really liked. It's my favorite ending in the trilogy by far. Yeah, he's my second favorite in the series, Weaver. Base chat. He may be my third favorite, NL. He may be my fourth or fifth, Trish. The 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. We have the same top 3? No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening. Right. He hadn't missed it. He never missed it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, Mew is fun, Don't ask me why. I'm really close to asking why, MK, but I think I know the answer. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the next day. How do you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. Right. Yep. You can't mean... There we go. I didn't know exactly how to put it together, but Ryu did it for me. Classic Ace Attorney. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Oh, I really agree, Weaver. Order! Counsel, that is the most extraordinary... claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? There's no time of death. On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's... Whoa! Me and Susato. Is V3 your favorite Danganronpa game? I go back and forth between it and 2, Offie. 2 had the best character and yeah, a really good twist. My favorite case in the series. 2 had the highest peaks probably, but 3 is nearly like honestly, it's probably 3. It's probably 3. It's probably 3 on the basis of everything. It's probably 3. The time of death is not noted, but it's very close. It's very close. That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. Oh, me too, Trish. I think she's gonna feel about 3 the same way I do. In that, like, I don't think any character is gonna be above Nagito, but I think she'll like the cast a lot, and I think she'll like a lot of the ideas too. You get it? Thank you. Yeah, he'll stay number 1 without a doubt. You're forgetting that but I think she'll like 2, 3, maybe even 4 from V3. I think V3 has the best. I think V3 has the most well-rounded cast in the series. What do you think? Or what do you mean? His legs went out from under him? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty, great puddle of blood. Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. That's fair, Weaver. I think that's fair. And sorry to hear that, Tom. Oh yeah, I've never really loved Danganronpa, but I've always found the games very fun. And I've loved individual characters and moments. He catches on fast, doesn't he? So whose blood was it? That blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Does my learned... Whoa. Did he just pull out the learned friend? What the hell? Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? I mean, if Van Zieks wants to get into the trade, he is a vampire. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. This is getting twisted. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. Don't copy the racist speech patterns! The problem is currently being researched. At present, you're correct. It's beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock. That's beyond question. Is it, though? Oh, God. Oh, the sassy battle continues? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. There we go. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? I mean... Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Hey, Sardinias, we haven't missed too much. We progressed in the case a tiny bit, but, still early on. Hope you're doing well. Poor hypothetical chicken. You listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can say with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that... Okay, this one's easy.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of those to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness? What are you asking, Esper? Or what are you confused about? Hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? Why does he have a whip? Oh. Sandwich. Why not? They only make a little pop anyway, see? But what about the gigantic ones you were talking about? Not 100 of them together. The Venus... That's it, yeah. The Venus Special sounds like this. Francisca moment. I'm glad I'm able to tune in. Revisiting it via this playthrough might make it edge out 2-3 as my favorite in the duology. Really? Interesting. I'm thoroughly enjoying so far. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
Pretty smart. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baroque Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See, it's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Thank you, Enoch. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Nodahodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to another international incident. No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to... What? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh crap, no. God, I love the Susato emote. Okay. First we do what we always do in this game, process of elimination. No. We did inspect this before, I don't know why it's gone. Okay. The red hairpiece. The candle? Oh! Wait, no, I don't think... No. No, never mind. Okay, evidence of a time device. The bang on the pocket watch. Because I was thinking... We assumed that this was blown off because of a gunshot, but could the time bomb have been on top of this candle? But like how? How do you put a time bomb on top of a candle like that? Was it on the wall on top of it? Something has been blown up here. That's the only thing I can really think of here. I don't see how we're disproving the gun. The hairpiece, no. None of this is relevant. Maybe... I don't think the pocket watch, because we've just been deep in the trenches with the pocket watch. Let's try this. I mean, it's been blown off. So... It could have blown up to create that sound. This is very flimsy.
Take that!
Oh. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Hey, Wolfman. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Somehow I did it, yeah. Not possible, why? Because of the scorching. True. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. Oh, no worries at all, Wolfman. Of course, no worries at all. There are, goodness, yes, but is it not the case that there was no scorch? There was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry? That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier... Oh my gosh, hold on. 1 second, 1 second. Literally 1 second, I just need to close my door. 1 sec. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. NG, how's it going? Thank you, Wolfman. I hope you do as well. We almost saw that AJ wears his underwear while streaming. Part of it was that the window was screwing with the color in my face, and I looked a bit too red. I mean, it's fixed a bit with the green light in the back. Some scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. I would hope he wears underwear while streaming. Can confirm, I do wear underwear while streaming. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of the gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be, eh? The fact that there's visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. Okay. Okay. So it was like that. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down alongside the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses. All us here saw the victim go into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. Well, that's it, isn't it? That's it, wow. Okay. This case is really cool. It's really cool. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. It was the perpetrator, probably. I think it was the perpetrator. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could have easily been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say... It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Hold on, guys. I'm just going to listen to this song for 3 hours for the rest of the stream. It's so good. It's so good. Not 4 hours? Sorry, let me put it louder. There we go. Why is he such a villain? Oh my god. Welcome in, Reese. Morning to you. Briggs, welcome in to you as well. Nessius, how's it going? Yeah, why is this guy laughing like a damn villain? Who are you? Oh. Very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why are you saying her full name with that face? Who is this man? Now you can put Cosmo on your antagonist list? Honestly, I didn't think that was on the cards. But, I mean... Yeah, Briggs. What is he doing? Cosmo? Why do you do that face? Why do you use our full name? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. You little shit. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the great makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. We are. I'm afraid to say it, Sarah, we are. Order! Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. I can't handle this man. Why does he keep saying this shit? Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Hey, Santi. How's it going, Santi? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard, even within the Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent that what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? Cosma best antagonist arc was not something I was foreseeing. But honestly, I mean, I'm not upset. I am not upset about it. The cravat changes a man. I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yeah, me too. I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. The red hair... wait. Was that a case? Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. Hold on. I just immediately went to the red-headed league because he was wearing a wig and it's fishy. Like it's been described as suspicious here. I assume it's that. I think it has to be that. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case that being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? I think it has to be this. I'm really interested to see how exactly the vigils will come into this. Did I, Tompiet? I didn't even notice. We are, Santi. Grade Ace Attorney is always fun, but this case is especially fun. I'm thoroughly enjoying.
Take that!
I believe the red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume that it was part of the disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only be served... Oh, holy shit. I just remembered. Do you guys remember how traumatized Van Zieks was that he didn't have a hair club? Holy shit. Case 4 might be best case. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. I remember very well. Cringe Lord of the Bailey? Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League. So you'd already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature? They've been targeting red-headed men all across London and tricking them out of small sums of money. Two men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads. Very fair, Nora. Very fair. He clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so he really was the one who died. That's crazy. Sholmes was literally celebrating Gregson's death, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. Oh, let's see, Tompiet. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. Hold on. Explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. The red hair... wait. Hold on. Was that a case? Very well, counsel. Present your... Explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. The red hair... wait. That's crazy. Was that a case? The red hair... wait. Was that a case? Very well, that's awesome. Totally intentional, too. Absolutely. Judge got rhythm. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It's quite possible such contact led to more serious events. I concur with that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these two red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Really, Wolfman? I'm not surprised at all. If Great Ace Attorney ever gets an anime adaptation, they need to time his gavel slam like that and credit you for it? Oh, if they better. If they don't... I mean, Tom Piet just secured the proof. My favorite two blondes. So there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. That's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. Blue-haired Sholmes greater than blonde Sholmes. Whoa. Whoa. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Holmes? Yeah, you're right, sorry. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate. It puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, his pronouns are Sherlock? Gotcha. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound instincts were merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Prodigy. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That would be really cool. That scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good, law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Okay. Oh, we get Italian. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Grayson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, did you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of weekly £4 income. Horrible streamer, Tom Piet. Horrible. French AJ and Italian AJ? For at least a couple lines of dialogue, yep, for sure. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. Why is Shome's always vague like this? I've just come to accept it as a character trait at this point. He's just like, pursue the truth. Don't give up. Blah, blah, blah. He's mastered the art of making it seem like he knows shit. What is the boy doing? Did you see his pose? Now then, Prosecutor Asogi, my lord. The way it kills me, it takes me out of it every time. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom. I wonder which one's Italian. Well, these 2 men are currently held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, en France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am third son of great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The first 2 men became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Yeah, exactly, Trish. The 2 men became... Oh, yeah, right. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Wait, so... Okay. Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Hilarious brothers? Si, capo? Thank you, CL. Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you, because I cannot keep these accents up. Shay, are you about to tell me about one of your grandi anecdotes? Eviva. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the Hilarious brothers. Is this a serious business? Gibello, there it is, the capo's trumpa card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo, the furrow, and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that, under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. Oh, I hadn't even thought of the Skulkin brothers, Avi. Are they mourning Gregson? I'll absolutely attend. We both have the red hair. At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he has many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi Fountain. Oi, those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his... C'est bien, Peppino, enough! I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Whoops. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the League is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the League, You could receive a weekly income of £4. No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-haired folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Shanks would do nothing wrong, leave the head... True. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See. And now, every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have you been summoned here today? Sorry? The day for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Oh. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Oh, sorry about that, Andres, but I appreciate the thought very much. Oh my god, is that Kazuma? Yes. Yes, it's the same guy. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the courts on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we were always ready to help with the law. We don't really know yet, Andres. There are lots of things that were done well. As for the specifics of how everything, the truth has not yet been revealed, so we don't know yet. But we'll see. It's Kazuma in his evil slut era, yup. We had more than 1,000 redheaded people assemble in the park on Lime Street. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Okay. The victim has nothing to do with this. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault that we caught these people in the first place. Or we got caught in the first place. Eating pasta right now? I'm just like Ace Attorney. I can't believe you invented Peppino. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park, this I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. With this attitude, we get to nowhere. He's really sulking now. Sulking. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question. That is ridiculous. Ace Attorney invented Italians? Holy shit. That's when he was killed. Okay. Every time Cosmo pulls out a document, I feel like he's flashing me. Thank you. Thank you, Andres. Will the Xenoblade spot skyrocket? We shall see. We shall see. Okay. I really don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. I don't recall him. I assure you he was not in the park. This victim has nothing to do with us. Thank you for the follow, Phantom. Oh, okay. That's alright. We only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do? True. We are not having much of fun these days. First we were arrested, then we're shown the horrible picture of a dead man, and now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Really. No, we were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. Huh, you had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo? Okay, that was not really much. What about this one?
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people. That's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely, and you can't remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, then maybe we could recall. Oh, a distinguishing feature? That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? What? That is not the line? What did you just say? Remember, we don't remember him when we're... What? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... Fish and chips. Name? I think fish and chips are a joke answer. I don't know, and I don't know how the name would be a factor. Probably profession. I genuinely hate Ace Attorney with every fiber of my being. Most Ace Attorney fans do, I feel. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I actually told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? Goat. A detective? Yes. It would appear that he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry. This changes nothing?
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. Oh, that sounds good. What I mean is, do you not agree with your friend's last remark, by any chance? What did he just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. These are the least sus Ace Attorney witnesses I've ever seen. Why, Kappa? What's the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. You sure, Avi? Sounds a little mid, I'm not sure. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. The man who was at the park, there was no such man. What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten? Oh boy. I've forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. You beat me at many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one's faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Troptard, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Wait, there was a man who came to the yard and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard, or come to the park. So we're just gonna sidestep his perjury? Alright. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph, he was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. It's true, the man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, "If you really are a detective, show us the proof." Eyes were sadder. You're right, Offie. Very silly. Very silly of me. The witness can have a little perjury as a treat. You get a free one. But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito officer would ever offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. You're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, aye? But what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said you were under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico, and look, this is the identification. They just took his they took his ID. So you stole it. He had it coming. He made us very scared. Oh my god. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. Real recognize real. It's just a little stealing. Okay, yeah. Enter these into evidence. But I like them. Now, let us return to the witness's test. Okay, hold on. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. He is, Briggs. He's honest. That is the problem. I like them casually confessing to more crimes other than the ones that they were originally accused of in court. Like 3, at least in that whole sequence. It definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. What? The Scotland Yard insignia. It looks genuine, but how? And the department and identification numbers details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Sounds like a fake name. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? I love how their first instinct was... yeah, it looks fake. Throwback to Many Memo. I stabbed her, so that means I didn't kill her. Yeah. That was pretty peak. All right. I just spent the last 5 minutes trying to find the Nintendo Direct thinking 2 p.m. Oh no, Offie. Oh dear. You did the opposite of PST. Oh goodness. If it actually happened at 2 p.m., I would probably have streamed it. I love Many Memo. I smile every time I think of him. He was genuinely still one of the highlights of Great Ace Journey. Okay. I don't recall the man. So we could we contradict this one? Yeah, 5.5 hours. I hope they say something about Breath of the Wild too. I'm sure they will. No, actually, maybe not. Nah, they have to, right? They have to do something for it. It comes out this year. You can be the first, Halox. I hope they delay Breath of the Wild too. Okay. Xenoblade DLC? I think they'll do Xenoblade DLC. I think that just seems to fit. I would assume so, Riley. Who let Chris Pratt onto the stand? Please laugh. Beautiful. Beautiful. I hope it's a 5-second long video of Aonoma going, I accidentally deleted the code for the game. It's delayed indefinitely. Plus the LOL. Okay. So is it this one? This victim has nothing to do with us. Oh, okay, no, it's this one. This is the most direct contradiction. Because you literally stole his ID.
Objection.
Now, I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Oh, why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Talk to us, Kazuma. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her ID to be stolen. That is the boss's, no question about it. It can't be. Clown Kazuma. There's no chance. It is his. Shit. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. How did he get rid of his mustache? Order! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it right away. I mean, he was always on me about it, or on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it, aka dead? Thank you for the hydrate, Briggs. He shaved and then grew it back in a day, clearly. Oh. Gotcha. Maybe it's always shaved. Physically, eh? What are you saying? You're not suggesting. Thank you, Puzzlin. Thank you so much for the 8 months total 5-month streak resub with Prime. Thank you so much, Puzzlin. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 8 months of support. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, we have a new goal. I forgot to mention it. The new donation goal is a video on Hanji Zoe from Attack on Titan. In case anyone wants to put it towards that. I think I can make a really good video about her, or about them, excuse me. I love Hanji too. And honestly, I was thinking about them lately, and my appreciation just went up and up. I think they're one of the most important characters. Anyway, I won't make this an Attack on Titan stream, but yeah. Hanji, low-key my favorite Attack on Titan character, based. Hanji is the ideological core of the spirit of what the protagonists stand for. Without Hanji, it all falls apart. Without what Hanji stands for, like, there is no cause to rally around. Hanji and Armin are very similar in that way. Did they, Trish? I know they made Hanji female presenting. Like, they definitely leaned into being female presenting, but does the translation unambiguously say she? Like, she, her pronouns? I'm much more confident in saying it's Hanji. A very unpopular, or very, I guess, hot take, but extremely based nonetheless, Offie. I remember reading about it. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've just never noticed. I think I remember them using she in the anime. I might be misremembering. Peak? Peak is peak. It's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his ID stolen. Order! Reiner and Erwin are my faves. Yeah, I have a very distinct list for Attack on Titan. For me, it's Eren, Erwin, probably Levi, Zeke, Reiner, and Armin, and Jean, and they're in a big jumble. Grisha, Flock, Mikasa, Hanji, not Historia, Emir, Kenny, like Falco, Bertolt, something like that. Oh, sorry, I forgot Gabby. Gabby would be around where Falco is, maybe a bit higher. Gabby would be like 11 or 12. Let me just... That's not a knock on Gabby at all. Attack on Titan's cast is, in my opinion, very underrated. It's one of my favorite casts. It wouldn't be like a top 5 cast, but like top 15 or so. Jean is so good. I love Jean so much. Falco, oh, Falco's such a sweetheart. Falco is the second best Natsuki Hanai role for me. Levi, Erwin, Armin top 3 based. Erwin and Levi based. I might have Flock in my top 6. Flock is so good. He's genuinely such an amazing character. It's just too bad that people misinterpret him. Bertolt, I love Bertolt. Bertolt was in my top 100 antagonists, I think. Oh, that's exactly it, Trish. Amazing character, but I can't stand his ass. That is Flock in a nutshell. Grisha, Zeke, Erwin, based. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? These two didn't murder him. I know nothing. Ooh, I done a nothing. Ooh. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little bit more like a master criminal than that. No, what? Watch AJ videos for enough years and you start to have a love for twisted characters. That is one of the most pleasing things anyone's ever sent in my chat. Flock has some sussy fans from my experience. He does. More than a few. More than some, in my experience. That's kind of cap. I don't agree with you, Ramuki. I think I'm much more in line with Sarah. Yeah, they're just blatantly saying, we're master criminals, right? Stop crying, Peppino, please, otherwise I... Least incriminating, self-incriminating witnesses. Lum, stop your whining and start talking? Just stopping by to give my love to Alexander. Thank you very much, Tori Mori. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a great day. That's very sweet. This new Ace Attorney is crazy looking. I like it. It's great. I love the presentation. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. Yeah, like there are a few casts that I can name off the top of my head and go like, I definitely like them more than Attack on Titan, but there aren't a ton. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him... What the hell is... What are these characters? We took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. What is going on? I did not notice that, Briggs. Even though I didn't think he was the real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. They're crying, so I forgive them. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. Stop crying! There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. What tussle? They just want to be master criminals. What's so wrong about that? It's just a bit of quirky false imprisonment, just a bit. Welcome in, cool gamer. He spent the night in the nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. Least criminal criminals. This is outrageous. You imprison the man. But no, see, no. It was not like prison. It was a nice room. He had a pillow. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Thanks for the follow as well, cool gamer. I, Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day. I did not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. Unironically, though, them being this guilty of all these other things makes me more certain that they're not the ones that killed him. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, please proceed. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Trish asked how good is Great Ace Attorney's cast. I enjoy it quite a lot. Better than the original Ace Attorney trilogy. And I haven't even finished it. This is what I want. The little tussle? Is that a hot take? It's weird. I didn't assume that it would be. Yeah, like, top to bottom, I think this cast is better. Slightly. Original Ace Attorney trilogy cast overhyped and garbage? You heard it here first. So at this moment, I don't think there's any single character as good as Godot. There's no single character that's as good as Godot. He's just the best Ace Attorney has to offer right now. Who knows? Maybe by the end I'll change my mind. But he's the top one. But after him, Herlock, Van Zeeks, maybe even Kazuma, like those three come after him in the whole series. For me. Godot's the Kameda? Maybe. Not a hot take, but an interesting one? Cool. Do you plan to play the Investigations games? Only if they come out on Steam. I think lots of people also think of the Apollo games as the OG cast. Oh yeah, I haven't played those. I'll stream them eventually if they go on Steam, but yeah. I was about to say that it's not a hot take, but then you said the Great Ace Attorney class clears the entire OG. But that's the first thing I said in the first place, Tompiet. What do you mean? I hope you play it. It'll make you like Phoenix more. I really enjoy Phoenix. I think he's great. But if it makes me like him even more, then perfect. Investigations 2... Apollo Justice cast is amazing. Yeah, you guys have been talking about that. I really hope they port it. I really hope they do. Apollo and Ace Attorney 5 Prosecutor is greater than every character Age has met so far. Even Godot? Oh shit, no, I didn't mean to do this. No! No! Okay, I meant to press... this one.
Hold it!
That's a shame. They're great in my opinion. The second one's my favorite in all of the games, right up there with this game. Yeah, I mean, who eventually down the line, if they port them, I will definitely want to stream them. How's it going, Lady Pelvic? Welcome in. I love this series so much. I'm enjoying it thoroughly. We're on Case 4 of Great Ace Attorney 2, and it is absolutely batshit insane, and I love every second of it. That's not what I said, Tompia. You're misinterpreting what I said. I didn't say that every single Ace Attorney character clears their counterpart. Like, it's Godot, and then a swirling tempest of Herlock, Van Zeeks, Edgeworth, Cosma, Phoenix, and Ryu. And at a push, the Great Ace Attorney ones might be just ahead of those ones, if I was to rank them. But I'm not saying that every single one clears their counterpart. That's not what I meant. What do you mean by a little tussle? Why do you like Godot so much? Just check out the VOD for the end of the original trilogy. It was nothing, just a minor incident. Spoiler alert, Godot is on that antagonist list. The question is, at me or Shamspear? I love Shamspear, but at me. Shocker. Who would have thought? I love Edgeworth. I love Edgeworth. Edgeworth was my number one in Ace Attorney for a long time. But then that Cyclops loser came out of nowhere. Yeah, at me is better than Shamspear. I wonder where Drebber will end up. The false inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Capo? What happened? It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. How dare he? Let's just take in what these guys are saying. We imprisoned this man, and he had the nerve to try to escape. Unbelievable. The nerve of this man. Can you blame him? We chased him, and then we caught him again. This is horrible. Poor Gregson, man. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. They are correct. Escaping is just bad etiquette. Are you good? DeRossi, you got some sauce on your lips.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Me? Something Mr. DeRosso just seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? That was pretty cute. At times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience, Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It's not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine. He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. This is... Oh, I've been streaming without the whole backdrop, haven't I? Whoops. Domestic abuse? Bruises. The tone of this is crazy. This music, listen to this music. This is the music, what is happening? This is the music playing while we're talking about this content. You want to see? You want to see my fantastico bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Hey, liar. What did I miss? We're talking about some very questionable things going on in this family. You want to know how I got these scars? These are scars? What to do? I show you or I don't? I show you or I don't? You do, now. If everyone wants to see, then I do it. What the hell is this? Why are they playing this song? Oh dear. Oh no. No, no, no. That red ring around your neck? Why are they playing this song? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? The capo, he is very rough, and I said that's enough. I mean, you might as well just spill. I mean, at this point, Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. You have my word. Oh, so you're just the worst piece of shit. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? Yeah, it's important to me. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you, BDSM sex? To amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. How do you remember them, antagonist? You see, everyone's interested in what I say, huh? You will amend the testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. See, if you really want to know. Ryu, don't king shame. Oh my gosh. Okay. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back like what he did to me. Oh my god. Okay. Autopsy. Okay, there's nothing said about any marks. Oh no, Kingslayer. He's lightly curled up and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Perfect, Riley. He tried to escape, but he put the collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did to me. How? What do we even contradict with that? The first thing my mind goes to is seeing if Gregson... Oh. Is his neck bruised? That might be a bruise. It's very hard to tell. Or is that just his shirt? That might just be his shirt. Yeah, I think that's his shirt. In which case that might be a contradiction. I'm not sure. It's just shading? Okay. Okay, so if there's no bruise there, then that's a contradiction. Okay. At least I think it is. I don't even know what I'm trying to prove here. This is help. Is this helping them? I don't even know, but this is a contradiction, I think.
Objection.
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. It was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. This is one of the most unhinged cases in the entire series so far, without a doubt. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim. We just strangled our homie a little. You will see... Yeah, there is no red ring. Good, perfect. Perfect. That makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have. It gets worse? Oh, wow. Given that the mark was clearly still visible on the victim's or on the witness's neck. Yeah, they're literally arguing. That doesn't make sense. We kidnapped him and put the collar around his neck and then pulled on it for it to bruise. This is weird. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what did we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Peppino's right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captive that night. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Gregson. Yeah.
Objection!
They're both crying. The man we kidnapped and imprisoned and bruised his neck isn't the one here. I'm so confused. If that's true, however do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we know that the inspector has made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means that we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted, by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation? I have no clue at all. Like, they stole it. But I mean, that's just common sense. The whole thing defies explanation. This whole case defies explanation. Unintentionally, one of the most helpful witnesses we've ever had. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. True, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. The facts can't lie, even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Oh god, okay. Alright, Ryu, what are you thinking? Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by the information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRosso and... Oh, that's easy. An imposter? Brain engaged, Nora. We got it. We got it. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. Why are you as a man calling Ryunosuke tantalizing? In other words, your whole argument up till now has been a waste of time.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. He really said, let me finish. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the next question the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park? He's telling him to let me cook. That's right, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from the pillar to post with a dog collar. Holy shit. I was not so harsh as you say, huh? Who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. I have no clue. Am I about to have to do this? Oh no. Who? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I have a clue. What? What is going on? Just pick who you think has a pet play kink. Alright, gotcha. What is happening? Who do they encounter in the park? What?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... Oh, I'm exhausted. One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. Yeah, liar. What was her name again? What was her name? She was delightful. She was delightfully disturbing. Venus. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? What about his neck? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Rather perhaps than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Get him, King. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. What? Not so observant, are you, Kazuma? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! Twinsies. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him. Matching... I am so confused. You and me both, Spobro. What's going on here, eh? You tell us! Wait, what? I've always had this? It's a birthmark? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Something about an inspector? But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We're in big trouble, eh, Capo? Okay, that's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Oh, how am I going to get through this case? I have no clue what's going on. The man who claimed to be an inspector was definitely not this man. That's right. How you think do you think we would forget those grand lips? I never leave Fresno Street, all right? I'm no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Okay, the last one was weird. He's never left it? Just look at me. Does it look like I could carry a disguise with a face like this? Thank you, antagonist. It's very reassuring. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simpler peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's ID book? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I do, but just because of protagonist syndrome. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Queen. We have been kind of bodying Kazuma a little bit. I think he likes it. Okay. So it definitely wasn't him. Pick your poison, Halox. He never leaves Fresno Street. That sounds like something that can be contradicted, but I don't know with what yet. I'm all alone. I have no kinfolk. Why would I be involved? I don't think there's anything here. Wait. Hold on. Do not... I'm not going to look at chat just in case. Hold on. I'm just looking at this very distinctive hair. Okay? These curls. Okay? It's him. It's him. What happened to him? Man, if it's not him, you guys are thinking of me as the biggest clown in the world. Don't confirm or deny that, please, because I'm just theorizing. I think it's him. I'm pretty sure it's him. What happened to him, though? Huh. What indeed? This is insane if that ends up being him. I never leave. Okay, so now that's interesting. If that does end up being him, I don't think we can confirm that yet. What happened to Gossip? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I think I might be cooking. I might be cooking. So you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on off in town. I sold that nasty tidbit, or tasty tidbit, to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? As you can see, my own hair's got a hint of red in it. Not got a hint of red in it. Yeah, but it's got those curls. Man, if this isn't him... Well, we're theorizing as we go. We're theorizing as we go. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me siding off to some other part of town. No.
So. Excuse me.
It is very similar. That's what I'm saying. And he's been missing, and this guy's unrecognizable. His lips are really swollen. He's beat up. He's got dirt in his face. Thank you for the follow, Spobro. If that is him, did someone just, beat him up terribly? I don't know. Sorry, I just heard something. Mr. DeRousseau. How long is he missing? It was told. I don't remember exactly, though. If someone in chat knows, you can share. Did Mr. Gossip's words just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. One day. Oh, just a day. Okay. Oh, mouse on the screen, my bad. Sorry. Sorry. Just one day. This is the craziest case. There I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with the housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no. You're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me. Like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. The cop was right, I remember it too. 0 out of 10 streamer. Hopefully by the end of today, we'll get up to a 1 out of 10. He was paying the man with banknotes. Hey, Bellatrix. I'm doing really well. This case is insane, and I love it. He was supposed to be working on the prison, but he wasn't. Yes, true. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Offie. Thank you, I'm delighted. With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name in the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. We've heard that name before, haven't we? That's the owner of the apartment. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. What if he's been faking that he works at the prison? So he's been faking that he works at the prison. Has he been living a double life? Being a peddler for some reason in order to make a living and hiding it from his wife? I don't know. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of the trial, assuming no objections.
Objection!
Yeah, object that. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name he just mentioned has very deep significance. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, you do. As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. You have a shit memory. Get good. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. Oh, for sure, Oratorio. These witnesses are crazy helpful. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. He's an old man. Tell Cosima that. He's the one who said it. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Hugh Boone. No, it's not. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. Maybe not. Maybe I was going off the rails with that theory. Once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Neither of us is a vulgar. It's not to me. Sink again, Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you yesterday. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Pepipo? Pepipo? You will update... Okay. So I think with this information, if I must... Oh! Yeah, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. Bam. Oh, yes. I was in big brain mode this morning. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. Right, it all adds up because what is in that apartment? What is in that apartment? There we go. It's confirmed. Holy shit. That's crazy. I love how this comes together. All right, so yeah. So now that we can connect him to that room for sure, so we have to use this to contradict... Is it this one? Thank you, Nora. That sort of prediction was either going to be the most hilariously wrong thing in the world or the most hilariously right. Is it this one? I'm all alone in the world. Okay, that's not true.
Objection!
Thank you, Nora. I think it might be. You've really mastered the art of deduction, Mr. AJ. Thank you, MK. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, did his name change to... Did it? Oh, yeah. In dialogue, yeah. Then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? I really like the twist, Haylox. It's really good. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. Oh? All right. The prelude? I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, oh, such a banger. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Shut up. Yes, it does. Because it simply is not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Yeah, I agree, Tom. Yeah, that's very smart. That's very clever.
Objection!
I love it. It's so good, CL. Yeah, the prelude. Oh, it's really good. And the way it ramped up last case into the actual pursuit theme. What if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Oh my god, this case is... Guys, I'm enjoying this case as much as case 3, honestly. This is wild. Then hiding that prominent feature is, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Tell him! This case is so much fun. I love how it's coming together. Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yep, that's right. There's really only one person he could be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who simply goes by the name Gossip on the streets? This is crazy.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. It's Susato. It's Sholmes. I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Best part of the song. Oh, peak. It's peak. It's peak. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course on that night you were held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Unbelievable antagonist. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not been unable to return home. And not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. Time for Sholmes to take all the credit? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, that's the cherry on top. Who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, you hold on a minute. I don't know what I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Wait, what? Why are they doing it? Don't. It was soap all along. Yep. Yeah, the judge literally just asked the self-admitted kidnappers to restrain a witness. That is wild. Well, we're now seeing her true features, I presume. No, Offie. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So witnesses tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... This is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. His drip really isn't too bad. It's hard to believe this man's 40, he looks way younger. He does. He is cute. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder. Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you how wretched my life has become. This is unbelievable. Oh. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Ooh, the bell? Ooh. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. Yeah, she still maintains that you're the chief warder. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. Really, cool gamer? Super Metroid must have a based OST. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Ooh. Ooh. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. I love this CG. That quickly became my daily routine. Ooh. I love this part of the song. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. I didn't say anything about the strings today, antagonist, to be fair. But the meme's really good. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary. Yeah, that's exactly what Briggs is saying. That you commanded as chief warder. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. It was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Was he an informant? Would that make sense? It might not. It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. Oh. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. Okay. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orksy tomorrow and make a statement from the proprietress. This is my favorite part of the song. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people, okay. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. This is a really interesting animation here. Like, what is he doing? My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. His eyes are very much dead, yeah. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Gregson has always been sus, Greg sus. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with the intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. Yeah, for sure, Halox. Holding a cut-off head, laying in a coffin, wow, yeah. So in fact, what an interesting character, Daly. The person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... It was me, acting on the inspector's orders. Gregson, I think I might die. Only peak fiction, I guess. I removed my Boone disguise and went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Wow. Well, yeah, they feel very performative as well, Cool Gamer. It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. I like that. I like that animation. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Case 4 peak fiction? Maybe. Finally, we have clarity. We have nothing to do with the murder of this inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Miss Susato, your other dad owning me in court again. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. So what do we do?
Hold it!
Talk to us? Talk to us? Talk to us. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Talk to me, Kazuma. Music can overpower me here. What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. Yeah, he was at the execution for the professor. What's he cooking? What is Kazuma cooking? Okay, let's turn it down. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. What was Genshin's impact? Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Excuse me. Does the defense concur? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so. Prosecutor Asogi... Oh, I love that. Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. That was beautiful. That was so good. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, the memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. He forgot? And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. Does it? The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why, psycholocks? We have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories surface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it. I have no idea how this will go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Okay, I don't know. Okay. So he said that he doesn't remember. That's what we're trying to contradict. And yes, in true Ace Attorney fashion, we are not giving a shit about his PTSD, just like Phoenix. I can't believe the origin of Phoenix's trauma-inducing questions is real. Yep. Okay. What is it? Oh, I didn't even read this. Holy shit. So he helped to aid and abet a convict to escape. The convict to escape. Wow. Okay, I didn't read this at all. All right, yeah, I think this is it. How did I not read that?
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder at your own volition, or of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff's member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. It's mine? Does he really not remember? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. The dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Oh. Haunting. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. Me when I stand up too quickly. The 17th of June. This is, Can we at least get someone to help him stand up straight? Was that the professor's execution? Oh, it does, Adzel. It really does. It sounds like 13 Sentinels. Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason. that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. Hey, someone to prevent this man from fainting. Halox, or hitting his head on the ground when fainting? It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. Surrounded with pillows, at the very least. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth of what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. This is actually twisted. What they're doing. Chief Warder Daily Vigil. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June, 10 years later. Or 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. I guess so, Offie. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's... Oh, the song. The song. It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. Oh, me too, Sarah. Me too. What they're doing here is utterly twisted, and I love it. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Ooh, cinematography? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood, lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police reports from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. Okay. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came into the prison. Cosma abused Ryo's trust to get this testimony. I think Ryu was aware that something like this could have happened. And did it for him. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly, this is a serious business, but I can't help you now. As a chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4. Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. Yeah, he's spinning. Wow, he's spinning way faster. As soon as he told me that, my mind went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once? Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Why is he so poetic? He's never this poetic. I need to reread it just to properly understand what he was saying. Okay. I'm assuming Ryu's the narrator. I could be wrong, but I think that's him. He was an English major before becoming an attorney. Maybe Iris came up with it and Ryu's just reading off a script. Iris just going like, Go Ryu. Go, what's his nickname? Rooney? Whatever it is. Ryu's the narrator? Runo. Go, Runo. Read my script. This is crazy. My God. Rooney? I don't know. The one thing I'm least up to date with in this game is Iris nicknames, I guess. I know Susie. That was insanity. Hey Sultan. Hey Horns fan. Glad my lunch break started lined up with this scene. That was great. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm doing really well, Sultan. This case is wild. Kazuma is going off the deep end, and I love it. The twisted-in version of his song makes more and more sense the more we play. I still can't quite believe what happened. So as soon as the music starts, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, just to, well, because I need to go, to stretch out before we continue with the case. But I just want some music playing for the break. Yeah, this is very similar to what happened with Andrews. Congratulations, Sultan. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. Oh yeah, me too, Esper. Well, I don't know which I like better, but I do like this outcome. Because this is dark stuff they're drudging up. Okay, let me quickly go to the bathroom, guys, and we'll be right back. Alrighty. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sarah. Sarah has made a habit of gifting a bunch of subs while I'm on break. I hope everyone enjoyed your little break there, went to the bathroom or drank some water, or both, or stretched. Thank you, Sarah, for gifting out 6. The 6 bomb. Awesome shirt moment? Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you very, very much for gifting out 6 subs, 1 to Bellatrix, 5 to the community. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. The sub ninja. Yeah, you're in the lead for February. Thank you so much. 11:55. Oh my god. We gotta slow down before you guys figure out that Sarah is actually just... we got a little money laundering scheme going on here. 10 years ago now. Don't tell them? Okay. I'll only tell them about the bit of you bribing me to make sure that Gone goes up X amount of spots for the protagonist list. I'll only tell them that part. 10 years ago now. Thank you again so much, Sarah. Bribes? Based? They can know that, yeah. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out the window of... Yeah, that's what I gathered from that. The window of the prisoner governor's office. That too, Trish, of course. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? A little over a year, Soul Samurai. Like a year and a month or so? Exactly, Bellatrix. Runo! Rooney! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? I can't guarantee that the reaction was great, Offie, but I think it was pretty good. But the content... Oh, boy. God damn it, Nora. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out the back, when we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Thank you, Offie. That's very sweet. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? He was doing coke in the bathroom, of course. I mean, that explains his attitude. There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. So true, bestie. But that's what I like about Hurley. I suppose that's... Sorry. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea and I'll give you a hand. I miss this song. Oh, do you have the time, Iris? I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Reminder, she is 10. I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. It's one of mine for sure, Trish. I love the spirit of it. The mechanical sounds, the heart in this section, and the emotion. The overall energy. It's really beautiful. It's so Iris. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. This is adorable. This is beautiful. So how did it go in court? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Iris is really the brains of the operation? Always has been. I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If he was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. You'd think so. You would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't they? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street on that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. They really do, Lolo. Like, how can you go much longer without knowing the time of death? If it's even possible. Why was that notice board in there, covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. I just, finished your Enies Lobby video. Whoa. I'm aware, Sultan, thank you. Don't worry about that, I got it. That was crazy. Both of you said this at the same time. Also, Sultan, in the future, please do say something like that in the comments. I mean, it helps the video, and I read it. I read it all. But yes, glad you enjoyed, Adai. I just finished your Enies Lobby video, and I teared up right along with you. Great video. Thank you very much. And yes, I'm aware, Sultan. I actually talked about it in the next AJP's video. Because lots of people in the comments were saying that, because I didn't mention it in the video. And so I just talked about it for the Sabaudi Archipelago AJP's comments. It supposedly does, Trish. Supposedly. I don't know. I haven't noticed a huge difference, but I mean, apparently. It definitely can't hurt. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, that's what accounts tend to say. That's what YouTube says. So I'm sure they're not lying. That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Really, Offie? Interesting. I never imagined I might be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to this entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh. Do you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it, Halox. There are a lot of elements that go into it. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day... Speaking of my One Piece video, I made a mistake in the video where I said that Shanks and Buggy were part of Whitebeard's crew. I obviously meant to say Roger, but I just got the names confused. And I put that in my pinned comment, like, correction, I meant to say Roger, not Whitebeard. And so many people commented it, and I had to reply to every single one. Pinned comment, pinned comment, pinned comment. Yeah, fake One Piece fan, unsubbed. How dare you? How dare anyone support me? But yeah, it wasn't Gregson at all, it was Mr. Vigil. It's a little tedious, but hey, I'm aware not everyone reads the pinned comment, so that's fine. I will say that in the next video, like, please do check the pinned comment. Any corrections are always in there. That also dries up engagement for the video, though? I guess so. You know what? Maybe I should not say that in the next video. You know what that sounds like? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? At times I do, Weaver. At others, it wears a little thin. But for that sort of thing, yeah, for sure. Oh, it all makes sense, Offie. Maybe I should, Joza. In the next One Piece video, I can't wait to call the Sabaudi Archipelago the Sabaody Archipelago. I said it, AJ versus pinned comment, AJ. The duality of man. I guess so, Cool Gamer. Let's do it. Kamiye. It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. Kamiye Archipelago. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were more... Ryu, what the hell? Perhaps they were seasoned with something little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from the food analogies. Yeah, I'll call it the Kamiye Archipelago, Sultan. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... He's dead, Ryu! Like, what are you doing? Crack. Unbelievable, Offie. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Alright. Is that it? Oh, one more. There's no such thing as a harmless lover of fish and chips. That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Is it the same one as Saint Sinners, right? I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Runo! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have, by accident. I love that emote, Soul Samurai. Antagonist beautiful. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. I feel that. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector, to impersonate Gregsy, but why? I have no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. Based. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. True, Ramuki. I guess that's right. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Me when I'm a better lawyer than the lawyer I'm working for. Okay. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Talk to Vigil and our client? When the cops are corrupt, surprised Pikachu. Gina, please buck the trend. Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Her imitating Herlock is adorable. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set him straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it'll be effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go out and see what we can find out. Yes! Don't stop the song. I just want to listen for a sec. Oh, Strongheart as well. Maybe he's up to something. Okay. Let's go to... I want to talk to Van Zieks first. Okay, the best part of the song's coming. Hold on. Okay, I'm good. Say one nice thing about Betty Draper. Oh god. Where do I begin with that one? There's something really funny about this scene. Just this image. Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. They're just staring at him. Joza, I think she's a beautiful, beautiful look into the caged-in nature of what was expected of women, housewives particularly, in the 60s, and the sort of thing that can lead to, and the sort of tragedy of that. It's a beautiful communication of that. I think Betty's an amazing character for that reason. White Boy Zoo. I just imagine Van Zieks looking up every now and then like, are they still there? Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? The socks, Offie. The socks are a wonderful choice. But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Oh god. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? That really was a quote, wasn't it, Kingslayer? He can still be based whilst being a murderer. Oh boy. Perhaps not. Hmm? Oh, I'm waiting for it, Oratorio. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Nodohodo? Me too, MK. One nice thing about Sunny. White space is one of the most ingenious ways of indirect characterization for us. I think it is the most... Not one of them. Like a top 3 way of indirect characterization for a silent protagonist that I've ever seen. It is the most beautiful thing. This theme really has become comedic, hasn't it? Unfortunately, I mean, maybe not unfortunately. I think it's inevitable that it would become comedic because of the way they use it. Take a shot every time the song resets. Oh, we're passed out already. I was thinking of the Sunny from One Piece. Very understandable. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeke speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. Oh, yeah, he's my favorite as well, Offie. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Yeah, Van Zeke's slander is just at a premium. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the parts. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence all about all this. Someone is using you. Yeah. You could say it, MK, you could say it. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that those accidents were orchestrated by one man. Iris Pout. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. That's what I was wondering. Like, was that why he was investigating? Gregson the Reaper. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. Holy shit. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their... Take a shot. Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the Marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, which is where Mr. Vigil came in. I see. I see. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper. Or, if I can name the woman. Evie? Venus? Hold on. Can't believe it was Iris. I was thinking Dr. Scythe. Dr. Scythe is the first name that came to my mind, but I don't think that works. I don't really know. She's a young woman. Okay, no one we know. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. What? Shin? Wait, do I know that? That was her name? Oh, we do know her. Oh, I forgot. Okay, I forgot the identity of her. Holy shit, okay. I totally forgot that. Okay. That makes her so much more raw. She was already raw as hell. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student at... What is this plot? It seemed like diplomatic... yeah, she could escape, and then she was killed by Many Memo. Oh my god. Oh my god, Many Memo was spitting so hard. He killed a professional assassin. Her name was Assassin, and no one thought this was suspicious. Many Memo Giga Chad. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Holy shit. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss... No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. H. Wilson, or John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that man was her father. Oh god. Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. I agree. What else you got for us? Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. Oh my god, they were best friends. He's the whole reason I came to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Killed a racist assassin criticized by the Japanese government and was gay. Or criticized the Japanese government and was gay. What a legend. He ticks every box. How many characters can really take Many Memo? No one except Toby. I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities, and I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. We were bodying him a little bit. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. He left an impact on Van Zieks. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. Don't be sorry, Esper. I said it as well. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Yeah, it's very similar to that, Weaver. In spite of him having once saved mine. He saved your life. How did that happen? It was 10 years ago. To be fair, MK, Ryu does nothing but slander this man. So, fair's fair. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point. He deserves it? He does. This is true. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Oh. We were surrounded. This is beautiful art. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, but he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted... Genshin, kinda? Targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. I think so, Weber. I think so. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear this new information. That means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel. Okay. You can continue reading. Oh god, okay. So I want to go here, here. The room, the hospital bed. Oh god, okay. Don't apologize, Nora. There's zero... There's nothing wrong with it at all. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down. Yes, this chat is a... Thirst is encouraged. When the streamer talks about pegging, the chat follows suit. Exactly. Is this the last case, or is there more? There's one more after this. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma. Factual and true, Trish. Never. He left without saying a word. Why is he like this? Just talk. Yes, what are you doing here? Well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. He's just shy. Why is this so awkward? I wanted Van Zieks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve anything or everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Oh, whoops. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant that the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have a solid alibi. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. I feel like you've gone through this case really fast so far. I don't know, have I? We're on investigation day 2, and we're towards the end of the second stream, so maybe kind of fast? I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for the follow, Pancake. This country hasn't had a closed trial for 10 years, so the last one was the Professors, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They really do say what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Cosma is. I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with a giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Strongheart's really cool. I really like him as a character. He's extremely imposing and, I think, symbolic. Thank you, MK. Like, we don't delve into him a lot, but I love the role that he fulfills. That's what all these gears are about in here. Least intimidating Ace Attorney character. Yep. Thank you, Weaver. He reminds me of Gant. Me too. Me too. There are similarities for sure. Andy's hot. Derogatory. His charisma is a really big part of my enjoyment of the series. It's a really interesting charisma. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. All right. Now, I shall have to excuse me. Sorry. I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we were just 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree. To us, I mean, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception to this in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. What was this? What was this sassy hand gesture? Is strong... Thank you. All right. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, we have a bunch of places to go to. Cosmo is my best friend in the world. Oh my god, they were best friends in the world. But I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Oh god, okay. This, and this. We have 3. Let's just go to Cosma. It's really sad. Oh, look at that. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Oh. Oh. They're gonna discuss the Susato custody. Even though he's always forced to kneel in the corner, Japanese style, kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner, in the wine cellar side, it's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma. He is brooding big time. He stole an office, why are they so proud? Oh, here we are. Here we are, the peak song. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Examine the Japanese desk. Okay. Gotcha. I'll do it, first opportunity. I just never imagined for one second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. Susato is too sweet for this world. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. Absolutely. Strongheart does love a little troll, Offie. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish. Sorry, let me revoice that. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, the other desk? This one? Oh, this one, okay. There's Lord Van Ziek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I've noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Ziek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Wow. Wow. I don't know what to do with this information. Am I surprised? No. But I mean, thank you so much for suggesting that, MK. Starting to think there, you know. All right. Anyway, sidestep. Ryu's building up his endurance. He'll eventually be able to last 2 minutes. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Beria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series, Whoa, we have a little typo. 0 out of 10 game. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. Unbelievable. Do they not have QA? Horrible. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. Unplayable. Oh, I guess you're right, Trish. I guess you're right. If Kazuma's comfortable with it... Maybe Ryu just wanted to emphasize how serious the events were? Oh, okay. Fair. Trish beat you to it, but... it was a team effort, Offie, don't worry. Horrid localization. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked on a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that it was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. This must have been 3 months ago. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. Oh, really, Nora? Is it official? Or is that fan art? But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. It is official? Cool. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. How did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Kazuya Nori. Exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, he became an Asian. You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. I dropped it in the Discord? Let me see it on my phone. Oh, maybe I shouldn't actually go into it. Maybe I shouldn't check the channel. Are there spoilers next to it or no? Like from other messages? It's risky? Okay. Oh, you've deleted it? Okay. Yeah, I won't risk it. It's fine. I can check it out later. Okay. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Oh, in art? Okay, I'll check it out in art then. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Weaver. That's very nice of you. He really is just perfect at everything, isn't he? They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Unreal. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father? 16 years ago. Oh, that's adorable. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? Tell us! Okay. He told us that my father had been a mass murderer and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever... Not a surprise, Offie. Not a surprise. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine that the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku, the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court completely turned things around on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why are you saying my full name? Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Well, damn, everyone knew, eh? You mean you knew? The real question is who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided that my father must be a mass murderer and sent to his grave. Yep. He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. If his quest for revenge is supposed to be so upsetting, why is he wearing such a tight outfit? That's how he shows his distress, I guess. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Alright. Okay, we have these two left, I think, for now. So we had to look for something, right? We had to look for, like, a part of the... The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. What were we looking for again? The part of the key? Or the... the watch, right. This part. Thank you for the follow. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loved his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are hard to fathom at times. Okay. Where am I to find this? Why is a history of Lord Van Ziek's defeats in court? Ryu! Okay. Is there something hidden? Is there a secret? Okay. I don't know if we're actually going to find it. But hey. We always got time for some random Ryu slander too. Oh yeah, he wasn't killed here. So maybe it's not here. See ya, Offie. Enjoy your class. And yeah, we'll see. I think I'm gonna end the stream whenever I finish the investigation. However long that takes. Yeah. Okay. So let's move to... So wherever he was killed is probably where that thing is. Offie Burger's now Offie Burger. Patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endless obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in his bed. Maybe we shouldn't read patient notes. I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil's a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in his neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. See ya, Josa. Okay. I don't think we have to be here. And where was the last place? The hotel. Yeah, Ryu, please. We have to talk to Eugen. I thought it yesterday now, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than, whatever you're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Or they're serving. Look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work very regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. The ears... The ear thing, the hair thing really seals it for me, MK. Hee hee. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure meeting you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, and after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't mess a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. Mikoto, buy me a drink? It's one of the best ones on the channel for sure, Bellatrix. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. It has the perfect mix of utility and lore. And meme ability. Never have I seen trauma forced out so professionally. Well done. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh no, you did mention something, did you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we make tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, say one nice thing about Ryu? His arc throughout the series so far has been genuinely extremely subtle, underlying, and gradual, but very substantial and very defining for the type of character he's become. And I think it's really well done. I think it's very genuine, and it's one of the highlights of Great Ace Attorney for me. Thank you for drawing attention to him, Memke. He deserves it. I beg your pardon, Asasheen? Did you say Asasheen? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend... Yeah. And that's not something we want Iris to find out. Why are we talking about it? I thought we were trying not to. Ah, I have just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. Okay. I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, I see. Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind. Five head, Susie. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those great adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. This is the name of her father, you see. Her father. We don't deserve Susato, Esper. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he's shown me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. One nice thing about Garadeb, the moon, the sun moon, or sorry, the half moon, crescent moon, full moon imagery is kinda raw. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, do you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. They smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? That guilty's still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Yeah, it depends, Haylox. Either way, that applies to both of them, I guess. It was all tied up with that accursed trial, the closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishido was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also had some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy for him to imagine him doing that. Based, Giga Chad, what a legend. Yep. It was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned to Japan all together. Thank goodness. Yes, talking of Seishido, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. Aww! Now we can finally see it. It doesn't go away automatically. I have to say the next section of dialogue in a British accent? Okay. Ryo's so nervous. Susato's little smile there. I love this picture. Iskander smiling from the throne of heroes. I love Ryo's face here too. It certainly seemed to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Oh, this is evidence? None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? Top 10 moments of why the fuck did that go in the court record? Yeah, I don't know. So, you mentioned... Hold on. Yeah, why is this here? This is bizarre. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what? Father! What's the meaning of this? I guess so, Soul Samurai. Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in auction with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'll be leaving then, Runo. Oh. What am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with the situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment, in this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest. I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police about this information about Asashin. Take Iris with you! Yes! Kazuma in court, I've changed my mind, Ryunosuke. You are no longer cute. Ryu, do I have any evidence that proves that I'm cute? Presents the photo. Perfect. That's what it's for. Perfect. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'd love to entertain you, or we'd love to entertain you. I will be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. Kazuma, I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. Suslock Shomes? All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Ooh. Ominous. Reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally connected? Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversation. Whitebeard moment. Serious Shomes moment. We love them. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Shomes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace, and left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. I'll run and call us a cab straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shomes' bill. All right. Is there someone here now? Shomes' role in this is really interesting. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer, hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you, somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things that you'd obviously tried to forget... The prosecutor was here until a few minutes ago, too. You just missed him. Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Yeah, me too, Soul Samurai. He's okay for now. But the truth is, I brought this all upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could do to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along. I'm sure this is just deserves for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. I'm sure you'd rather not drudge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what happened? Oh my god. I want to. I need to get all this off my chest, okay? I just want to tell someone what I should have done. Oh, nope. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard didn't know about. Alright, see ya, Dave. No, I think we're gonna end pretty soon. I'm just finishing this investigation. But if it has to take much longer, I might end before it, actually, before it finishes. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. Have a good one, Dave. It was when he had to carry out... welcome back, Santi. We lose a mod and we gain a mod. Right. No, we're not ending. We're not ending, Santi. We're not ending. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? One day you'll lose all the mods. You'll all leave me. Never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. It's almost like they planned it. All I would do... There's still a bit to go? Okay. Maybe we'll finish this scene then. We'll see. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Okay, thank you, Weber. Thank you, Accordion. Wait, let me read this again. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was there. Is that what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? What hoo-ha? Okay. I flashed the inspector's ID around and was very vocal about my presence, but then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes, so you could always make a point of showing Gregson's... okay. Sounds good, thank you, Kay. Identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released, me. Without returning... Okay, thank you, Trayla. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however... He had arranged... I love this part of the song so much. To meet in Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling that I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Okay. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. The worst, Briggs. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find the lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork after having checked the coffin and nail it shut. Yeah, I like the connection with Scythe here. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think of anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yeah, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Yeah, Iris is here this whole time, this is true. It reminds me a little bit of Pearl from the original trilogy. It was deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certain are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Well, I know, Esper, of course, Pearl's slightly different. I didn't mean to say that they were exactly the same. But nonetheless, the situation is very reminiscent of it. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. This song is the biggest mourning song. Like I said, it's like a weep, it's like a lament. It's so sad. He had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? Vigil is a lot paler than he should be. I imagined it was because he put makeup on to sell the disguise, but I mean, now we're here later, and he still has a discrepancy, so I don't know. He was a killer of many men, but he was always very quiet and polite. You could say that about many fictional characters I love. He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. Let me screenshot this. We need anemic representation? Fair, very fair. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. Hold on. I need this one as well. Oh, no! Damn it, I got rid of it. Whatever, that's fine. It's alright. Shit. Time to reset the save. Time to reset the save. I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. You can take it later from stream? Yeah, but my ugly mug is gonna be in the way. See ya, Briggs. Thank you, Esper. Be nice to the streamer, please. Okay, if you say so. Go for the reload. I asked him one day. Wow, those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Screenshot the text box? Let me see. Actually, you're right. That's a good idea, Abven. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Good idea. Now I just have that. Beautiful. Average true crime fan. Yes, he murdered people, but he was kind of hot. Isn't that just this chat? The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual. What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, probably. That's the quote, Kingslayer. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. That's an interesting contrast. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Oh, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. Oh. Did he keep his sword? But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you would just agree to keep it quiet. This is so interesting. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend that I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The Will of D? I was the only one who saw it, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely. That doesn't make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, whoops. We'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence, in which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly... Maybe we should talk to him. Seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... The Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope... Evie? I don't appear rude, but... Not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I'll be arrested. I'm so sorry. That's just Ace Attorney stuff, Esper. We never get all the answers right away. We never ask them. Or we do, and we just don't get them. Don't be pleased, this is all my doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death. Yeah, the pose, as he says, it could be rather troublesome. Yeah. Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Alright, Caden, we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Oh, this man. Oh. He seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? He's fine. He's good. Okay. Music? Give me some music? Back again, are you? Yes, hello. Perfect. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna end here for today. This investigation does seem to be a little lengthy, so I think it's best to end right here, and we'll pick up right here on Monday, on Great Ace Attorney Monday, where I don't know if it's feasible to finish Case 4 next stream, but I'm gonna try. We'll try. Thank you guys very much for coming out. Thank you guys for joining in chat as always. It's always a lovely stream. Great Ace Attorney Monday. And yeah, no One Piece stream this week as always. Sunday will be Vinland Saga and then One Piece. And then Monday will be Great Ace Attorney Monday. Thank you guys so much. Let us see. Let us see. See you guys. We can give Hannah a little raid. Hannah's playing Fire Emblem Three Houses Black Eagles route. So if you're interested in that, we can join in there. But thank you guys so much. Oh, raid in 8 seconds. Stall. I hope you have a great end to your week, and I will see you guys on stream at least on Sunday. Or Monday if you don't come to Sunday. Thank you guys again, and have a great rest of your week, like I said.